Right, there we go. Excellent. Mic's working. Merry Christmas, everybody. Uh, my name's Wakata, and yeah, we didn't, we don't normally stream on Thursdays. But you know what? Christmas. We have a Christmas-related event to get some progress made on in the game. I was just chilling. I wanted to mess around, so I thought, let's turn on the camera and hang out a little bit. Now, hopefully everyone had a good holiday for those who celebrate the holiday. Uh, this is going to kind of serve a dual purpose for me. I want to get this event worked on because it's a fun event, but also I've been, you know, we got a lot of major projects coming up in the regular series, and I've been kind of stressing over how am I going to work the Ficsmas event into the narrative of what we're working on for projects, because it didn't come at a good time for where we are, and because we have big events, we have big things that we're working on that are going to take a lot of time. And the first time we did Ficsmas season 1, we had a much more developed factory, and we were able to kind of split off and do those a little bit more professionally, I guess. So that's kind of where we're at today. I figured, you know what, I've been wanting to spend time doing this, and how am I going to work it into an episode? And I don't really feel like there's a whole lot of room to spend a lot of time of it in the episodes itself. So a live stream solves all those problems. So I'm going to start working on what kind of progress we can make today. I don't know how long the stream's going to be. Not going to be one of my really long streams, I don't think. And we're going to primarily focus on this, but there will be some downtime because it's a matter of getting enough product and stuff together, and then kind of waiting for it to catch up. And during that, I actually want to kind of toy with some design thoughts on some of the important things that we're going to be doing going forward in the series. That there's decisions that need to be made, and I figure we can. This is processes I will be going through off camera. I can do some of it on camera, and we can kind of work them together. So, follow that thought process. But first, let's get Ficsmas stuff started. So, I cut out most of what little I got done in the previous episode related to Ficsmas because the episode was supposed to be short. That was the whole point. But I've got a little bit done to where I think we can start making the Ficsmas trees, the first real automation part of the event. And we just need some space. Now, wherever we plop these down is not going to be the permanent Ficsmas location, because it's going to, the proper Ficsmas setup takes a lot of space. I haven't seen it before. If you didn't see it in season 1, we had up in the Dunes Desert, we built Anna's workshop, one of my favorite projects. It was large. You'll see a new tag here called Hub. That's a preview. But up in here is where we did it before, because there was so much area. And I don't know if I want to do it again in that area for the permanent version of it. For now, we just need a big open space that we can just pave over, start getting some Ficsmas tree up and running. Could probably manage our inventory a little bit better. Oh, not the giant. All right, let's start with unlocking the tree. I believe that I have everything necessary to unlock that. So, right here, the Ficsmas gift tree. This is this is where the event starts, because up to this point, we're finding presents, right? Everything originates with presents, and the whole manufacturing chain does. And for now, we have to pick. We can run around the map and find them on the map, and they're falling out of the sky, and pick them up. And Ficsmas gift tree actually creates packages. So this is where the automation starts. We can stop running around the map looking for those things. Grab. I've got it into my inventory. Ridiculous. So I'm not gonna turn this into an episode. You know, we previously won't. These live streams has been, you know, the making of episode, kind of working it down together. But what we see here is just, it's going to be here in the stream. We don't need the Ficsmas snowman. We'll need these. We'll need some gifts. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Let's get this just established. I'm going to require for these. A bunch of them. All we need branches, blue and red. That's just what we need. That's all we care about. We need presents. We have presents in the cloud. So let's just grab all of these that we can, all of these, and we'll just go with that. We will use these to start the process. I'm gonna leave these running. We'll come back for them. I think that we're here in the grasslands probably is this going to be the best. We don't have the transport infrastructure to go somewhere else. Of course, the neighborhood is taking up so much of the open flat space. But we should have plenty of flat space over here. And again, all this is going to get tore back down. This is the matter of this is of getting ourselves some progress in 3. Don't have a whole lot of flat space too. I mean, we could build over the waterfall, and I'm not beyond it. As long as we don't fall in. Problem with building over the waterfall is that there's no nodes, because we're going to end up needing copper and iron nodes for the next tier of ornaments. If we go up the coast, build over the water. You know, I don't really care for the new sounds that they assigned to the Explorer. I didn't mention this in the episode. We mocked this last episode. I turned it down mid-episode, or engine, and then all the stuff that I had already recorded in post, I had to turn all that way down. It's so loud, but it sounds like a lawnmower now. It doesn't sound like a dune buggy. I don't care for the new audio. Go up the coast. I don't want to go too far from home, because I expect that we're going to come back home and get stuff. There's the lighthouse. It's so much easier if I just run on foot, because rain is easy. But I do like driving this. Fun out. Yeah, that's what I thought. Gotta turn. Oh, hello guys. I've never used the coast for manufacturing of like base goods. You know, over here is where previously we did our major oil. We won't be doing this season. We fought last episode. I've never looked up and down this area for iron and copper, and I don't expect that there is much, if any. That isn't all the way up on the... As you can see, look how far away. And that's the way we came from. That's not a good area. It would be fine to put... This is a nice big open space. But copper and iron. So, I mean, we have a secondary option. We did unlock trains. We don't have any trains on the map, but we could do manufacture. You know, just like throw down some trains and set up some miners and use this as our open area. Copper look like. You know, again, with the caveat that it's all getting tore down. We are definitely... See, look at that. Those are not convenient. Oh boy. Up there. I see the cloud of gas up. Maybe we have a jetpack. We could find our way up there. We don't have power run here, but that would be the other argument for we'll just run some rail up here. Because you can draw power off of rail. Yeah, we need to stay close to home because we need access to power. There's a present. Oh, I don't have space for it. No choice, well, you know. A little bit of space for it. Yeah, that's the reason to bring the dune buggy. As you can see, I did no prep for this stream at all. It wasn't even pre-planned. What am I going to do this? I need to work on it. Let's go look at where those copper nodes were, or iron nodes were on the map. Where's the sphere? Guarded. Sneak past him. I cannot sneak past those. Okay, go sting him. Why do they not sting the other guys? Oh! Oh, that's a big daddy. Woo-hoo. Or you don't have the license, you can't drive. No, sir, I am not coming down there. Alright. Oh. I have more spears in my inventory, so. No room for that, though. Stay over there.
Your waves lap at our shores. When will you land?
I've activated them, yeah. Trying to outfly him. Work. It was working until it wasn't.
Be appropriate.
And again for the iron nodes. We need to get some of these machines down though from the trees because we gotta start producing. That's gonna be our limiting factor. We're all right there. Definitely not an area we want to build in. B. Over there. If we have copper near here, then it would oh, okay. Okay. So we have power nearby because we have the lighthouse right over here. We can throw down miners. And I think maybe we just over the cliff and then put a train station down here. Then use the coastline for the production. I think that sounds like a plan. Get power. Frown at me, I was wanting to stop and look at my lighthouse and the ship was playing it. I don't think we want to connect to that one. I think there's a closer one. Okay. A little further out than I realized. That's fine, that's what those are for, right? Oop. Hatchery. Let's grab off of that one over there. Top half. Wouldn't mind having it all the way up there, but I want to build another one that close. I left the Explorer behind because it's on the mini map, so I know where I'm going. Thinking ahead. Oh, there's the copper. Let's try to avoid getting eaten. I want to see if I can get up there without losing my connection. Oh, that's gonna be fun to ride. I know what I was thinking of, right? Because we got the zipline thing. I don't bug. No, doesn't matter. I do have room for it. Okay. Stop targeting the pole. Yoink. That reminds me, we still need to unlock the other things related to. Look, Teresa playing the lighthouse. So this is a great view. This is a permanent feature now. I wouldn't mind having more boats out there, but I don't know how I could justify them, right? Because we have everything has a function. Who knows? I might build a bigger ship or something like that. Count it as part of the thing. Yeah, I was really happy with that lighthouse. All right, so we are right above all the things right there. Yeah. So from here we can just drag a regular pole. We're gonna need. I just got an idea. We're gonna need the thingy doodles for the mining. Portals. And I think the idea I just had was I always need the. Why not? Remake a bunch of them. Oh my goodness, that's dangerous. I don't want to go down there yet because I know there's gonna be hostiles down there. Okay, that gave us space to work in. I hate handcrafting things, but these, you know, we have to handcraft them. We don't have a recipe for them. I imagine that there's probably still a alternate recipe for them somewhere in the books. Talk about a waste of a hard drive. But anyway, we can, now that we have the Mercer dimensional portal thing, we can have a bunch of these and we'll just never have to have them in our inventory ever again. We'll never have to be out somewhere and have to go, oh, I need one or two of them for a miner, or I need an extra one for an upgrade, you know. It's always a pain. I think this would be pretty awesome to just have a bunch of them just in the permanent cloud. I'm not going to sit here and craft 100 of them, but a few of them. Go to 30. Or did it? It's gonna take. It's 15 per minute. Plot them, so it's gonna take minutes. I don't want to stand here for 2 minutes. In fact, I think we're gonna walk away from this area. Go down there, throw down some platform. I'm gonna leave the truck here. And get you know, however many trees that we can make just place down. And we'll come back, put the miners down, throw down some platforms right here for a small train station. Although, I mean, we're literally close enough to run them on belts, but I think we're gonna do a station. Plus, you know, that's gonna convey power. So again, like 2 or 3 more of the towers would be there anyway. I just want to put down the train. Okay. Hey, Charmer. Merry Christmas. How did the family Christmas stuff go for you this morning? Hopefully you weren't too tired. For that to make any sense to anybody who's watching. Charmer, of course, is our community moderator. And I stayed up all night gaming. Something we may or may not end up streaming, who knows. Alright, yeah, there's no resources here, so there's nothing for us to block. Just pop down platforms. Go to Zoop. Go ham on this. Keep in mind, everything I build, I'm gonna have to go through and manually delete. That's a decent starting platform, I think. Kiddos left as usual. That's good. All right, let's start from. Let's do this real quick. Reserve some space. Train state. First of the series. Nudge so much. Every time I use nudge, I'm so happy. The dark days before we had nudge. And we might do a double-ended train. It just goes back and forth. A weird thing that I don't normally do. It's just... And we'll need 3 platforms. One for iron, one for copper. Okay, that's just reserving some space. We'll worry about all that later. And some of these up and running. Not gonna fret so much on the placement. I have enough for 3, but that's okay. That's the beginning. Let's put a buffer because we're going to need presents for stuff. So the place is any. So Charmer, I was thinking about, so last night Charmer and I started a run of Roadcraft. And it's something I've always been wanting to play a game like that. It's to go out there and fix roads and fix things and farm machinery and do that kind of fun stuff. And it's interesting the way multiplayer works in that game, which I didn't expect. Which is that even though you're in, like, say, if I'm hosting, you're in my save. We all have separate companies, so we're not working for each other. We're working with each other. So neighboring companies. Which means we have. I assume so, Charmer. Our companies have separate incomes, right? Separate. Like, if I spend money on new trucks, then your money, your bottom line isn't affected, right? So I was thinking a double-ended. I need loops and signal problems. Well, the problem with signal problems is that we don't have access to signals yet. They're not unlocked. So we cannot do signals yet. I don't remember what we need, but we need something to unlock that. All right, so this is going. Let's get our miners up and running. Get the quick little train thing going. These don't require power, which is pretty good. And we'll come back. I was going to start making some branches that we need for more trees, but we don't have power yet. But anyway, as I was saying, with Roadcraft, because like we were talking about, you have access to super duper mega dump truck that you got in pre-order that I didn't. There's like you'd be able to buy it for your company, right? We can do a bunch of, because we're playing it as like the company I founded, because I didn't know that we were separate companies, was meant to be, that save is our co-op save only. So everything related to that save, any purchases aren't meant for my single player experience. Anything, any money I spend is going to be on our company, even though it's not our company. So it seems like an opportunity we have of, we only need one of certain vehicles necessarily. That I can be buying certain vehicles, and you can be buying certain vehicles. Our companies will supply various ones. So it's really, it's a cool prospect. I like it. I would say I'm running low on iron plate. So low that I don't even see. Did I just use the last of it? Was I exactly on the dot? No. I have 37 left. Okay. And I don't have iron plate being auto-fed into the dimensional depot. So anyway, yeah, Charm, I was thinking that we strategize on who buys what truck for you know, for the save, and kind of split those needs. I think so. The game was fun. We had a lot of fun playing it. I'm looking very much forward to playing it again. It feels like something that might be fun to stream, although it's not exactly high pace. I'm sure, you know, viewers wouldn't have had a whole lot of fun watching me drive that dump truck back and forth to the sand quarry 400 times last night, but I had fun doing it. Station. Drop those in. Okay. Never have to deal them again. I see you trying to run up on me. Smack him in the nose. Bad dog. I would never actually smack a dog in the nose. All dogs are good dogs. All moving, but it might have been a doggo. Yeah, the doggo. Red treasure was the sand I moved along the way. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I was tempted after we played to keep playing, just to see if I could actually sand over that hump in the road that we had to go around. I said no, this is purely us at the same time. Not gonna play it at all. We're not together. All right, let's down. Yay, I can build a miner without having the portal miners in my inventory. I'm gonna love this dimensional portal. I will mention, and I'll mention this in an episode as well. Before the hub and the warehouse scheme that we're gonna go with this season was predestined. Like before 1.0 came out, when I ended in 1, Pixel Perfect, I already knew what the new hub was going to be, where it was going to be, what it was going to be like, and all of that was before dimensional depots existed. And I'm sticking with the scheme, despite having access to the dimensional depots. 40, we need to mark 3. I don't know where the other one is at. And for it. Again, this is all temporary. Oh. I have to say it doesn't have to be perfect. Everything has to be perfect, but it doesn't have to be pixel perfect. Because, again, if I don't make something perfect, it's easier for me to tear it down. I mean, it bugs me any less, but it's to my right. Good. Oh, hello there. Grab. Oh. We've got a lot of things kind of on the docket of streamable. We've kind of resurrected jump sticks. We stopped playing it on stream. We stopped playing it in general just because. It was a lot of fun. Let's not get me wrong, but the early access release, I don't want to say it was a rush. I would say that there were definitely some things that really needed to be in the game that I think that maybe they would have benefited waiting on bringing, getting in before early access came about. Just based off the feedback that they had from their demo, they already knew things that were kind of really important. So the initial rush of playing the game when it came in early access was awesome, but it was very limited. But they have introduced some major update things. That is phenomenally awesome. And this isn't going to work because I just merged, 760 worth of material, 480, 720. We don't have a 720 belt. I thought we can handle this. That one's just going to be on. Where is the copper? Up top. we got a little bit of playtime in on Jump Space update, and the past couple of updates have been put together on it, and they're very nice. Try to sneak around. Oh, I knew it. Saw them moving out of the corner of my eye when they were down there, and it took my brain cells a minute to realize what they were doing. They're going somewhere. Yeah, they're pathing their way up here. So we want to get more time in on Jump Space. Because we got a bunch of stuff to unlock, and all the new missions are fun. And of course, it's an excellent game for streaming. So, you know, we went from having nothing to stream to having a bunch of things to stream. Jump Space and maybe Roadcraft, and of course, we're having a lot of fun with Point Museum. And Satisfactory is always a possibility. Though I'm not connected. We're here. Oh. Also, there was an update to my to the mod I use for construction preferences. This is the mod that allows me to place Mark II power poles by default instead of Mark I. They finally instituted, and I haven't changed the configuration, but to where instead of it putting one of these poles for the connector, it can, by default, it can use one of the stacker poles. This is going to save me a huge amount of time, because normally when I draw these out, I draw them out to where how far it goes, and I unclick so I know where that X is, and then I put down the stacker pole, and then I have to go back and redraw the line again. It's always a pain. All guy running around down there. And I just haven't gotten around to changing the configuration, but that was I think a wish list item for me. I saw and an update that now. Nope, nope, nope. Sorry, was I supposed to leave stairs for you to come up here? Fault for having stubby legs. Dragging these in general toward the shore. Let's go on. Oh, I can't make it. Down there. So like right here would have been perfect because we now need the stacker poles. Well, that need to be Mark III. 40 per minute. Now the merger has to be, 'cause that's 480 per minute. That's going to be a Mark 4. We're going to go from Mark 2 to Mark 4. Now this is going to be way more iron than we need, I assume. Well, not in the long run. But, like, I think... I don't remember the rates, but I'm pretty sure that it's kind of close to, you know, equal amounts of iron and copper for the Ficsmas event. Because we're talking about making ornaments. Okay, so I need it to be a by default. You think a break was good for the love of the game? Yeah, yeah. Absence makes a heart fall, go fonder, right? I thought we were going to get more play out of it when it first came out in early access, but it didn't. I enjoyed it, but it didn't feel like it compelled us to think the kind of time into it that we did in the demo. We're out of our inventory now, and we're drawing from the dimensional depot. Mark II belts. And we don't have reinforced iron plate going automatically into the machinery. Wait, we have enough. We need a 5-wide platform for rain. It's gonna be weird having a like I haven't done a dual direction train since before I did the original series. You were getting frustrated with the super tough, unwinnable scenarios. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's only one scenario we know of that was unwinnable, which was the capture point one. Of course, there are two capture point ones. I can't think of what, you know, the artillery support, which we've been playing lately, which is balanced and perfectly fine. And there's the other one. I can't think what the name of it is. That is just, you have to have 3 points captured at all times, and like the moment you blink, you know, if you step away from it, they almost immediately start recapturing it, and it's multi waves. Plastic. Multiple waves of reinforcements just over and over and over again, and you. No matter how good the person you leave behind is, you don't have the ammo to fight them off. You just can't keep up with the waves. Need that. Hopefully they've rebalanced that encounter. The patches. Tree! Oh, tree! Oh, okay, got through it. But we've yet to run into it because we suspect that it's 3 and 4 player only at this point for that encounter. And we've just done a couple of runs as duos, trying out the 2-man ship, the Dart, which has turned out to be a pretty decent ship. I'm happy with the way it's performing. It kind of drifts a bit. You notice. You know, when I was driving it, and of course I piloted it some in single player. And if you come up hot on a location, there's no brakes. It just you end up smashing into things. We probably have plastic here. Backup plastic? Ah. Okay. Couple of things here. Hello, Adam and Eve. How you been? That will address our iron plate issue for now. Not anticipate running out of plastic. I don't want to leave those dimensional depots all over the place because they take moisture spheres to build. And we could be using those moisture spheres for updates or upgrades that we need. I still haven't come up with a name for the Dart. You know, our main ship's the Emerald Gypsy. I was thinking about naming it something like the Little Scamp. Like I was saying, the weird thing about driving is it has no reverse thrust, virtually no reverse thrust. So if you're coming up on a point of interest, you know, I really should blow these things up, so gagging on them every time I fly by. Every time you come on a point of interest, it's just you just either blow past it or smash straight into it. You're hitting on the brakes trying to stop, and I mean it does have the drift engine in it. How smooth that was. Switch lines. All right, plastic. Grab an extra to have for the depot. Probably have rubber already in the depot. I would like to get the upgrade that lets me just drop them in from my inventory. Rubber? Yeah, I put a lot of junk in here. A lot of junk. Look, I even have the Ficsmas cartridge in there. I've just taken the philosophy of just toss it in. It has become my my endless bag. Power plugs in. This is why I'm saying I'd like to have the from the pocket, uh, because when I get these one-offs, I see this as my inventory management solution. Because part of running out of inventory space is all the one-off weird things that you end up with in your inventory, like remains. You know, you're out there exploring, you're doing something, you fight something, and you end up with 2 remains in your inventory, and that's a whole slot taken up that could be building materials. So now if I could just toss them in the depot, then I can empty them out later on when I need them somewhere else. So that's why you're seeing all this miscellaneous junk in here. I don't see rubber in here. I could have swore I put rubber in. Maybe call a dart the pineapple slice to declare your love for proper pizza toppings. You know, I applied for a early copy of the game as a content creator. So, you know, for review and stuff like that. And one of the questions in the questionnaire was, does pineapple belong in pizza? And I was like, hell yeah. I was hoping that would bring me some favor. I almost sent them a picture of me eating pineapple pizza. Maybe I should have. Oh, missed it. But the problem, I mean, the tragic irony, right, is that there is no pizza manufacturer, or no pizza engine on the Dart. There's no kitchen at all. As we also discovered, there's no ammo recycling, or pardon me, ammo depot thing that you can click on to refill your ammo. You know, for the cost of material. It really is bare bones. The biggest problem I run into with the Dart is that whenever I take the hatch to come back in the ship, I always get confused where I'm at. I just spin in circles until I can find my way back from the back end. For some reason, I lose my orientation every time I do that. I was eating pineapple pizza on I think our first stream of early access, first or second stream. But I had it sitting here next to me. I was eating pineapple pizza. In fact, I was going to get some pineapple pizza today, but the pizza place is closed because it's Christmas. Can't be mad at them. All right, we want whatever you got. We got finished being made while we were away. I don't think we need the bows for anything other than unlocks. Well, we can take them. Everything. I don't want to have to come back here. That's the remainder of the gifts I have that I picked up just lying around. I could make a hypertube to the new site, the train. I don't know if I mean, are we going to stick with it going a back and forth train? Because if we do a back and forth train, then we have to have 2 additional stations, right? Because they have to face away. A weird thing. Maybe I make the loop. Just won't be clean. So excited to make my first train of the season. So let's talk about a couple of things upcoming. Now, I've never talked about the warehouse or the hub plans on camera. Actually, I have. It's always been cut. So whenever I talk about it, I end up running out of time on the video, and like, well, that can be cut. We can talk about it again later. But I gave a little preview here when I looked at the map, and we're going to talk about this on the next episode. But the hub is going to be right here, which is almost, as you can look in the top right, where the coordinates, it's negative 250, 200, something like that. It's almost 0, 0. It's almost center of the map. We're falling to our death. It's gonna be a challenge. Genuine, real. Reinforced iron plate. Didn't get it. It's gonna be a crazy thing because if you're familiar with the game, especially if you've played the game, you know the middle of the map is no place to be in an earlier mid game. It's almost no place to be ever. You basically go in there and put in a couple miners in for like uranium, and then you just never go back because it's such a hostile place, and it's just it's not good terrain for building because there's so many trees and bamboo and all that stuff. It's also not a good place for trains because the elevation is so high. See up those cliffs? That's the elevation, and most of the game is kind of sea level. You know, the whole surrounding sides of where most of the resources are. So getting trains up and down up there is a logistical challenge unto its own. But that's where it's going to go. Where I'm putting it. And I've got grand plans for it. Obviously, I already have the coordinates picked out for where they're going to be. It's going to be the greatest challenge I've ever undertaken in this game. Because of the logistical issues that are going to arise from it, but it's just the thing I've got in my head, and I want to make it work. I think it's going to be cool once we make that reality happen. But the next episode and the next episodes are going to be centered around that project. Let's make a third one just in case. Really missing wire. Just in case we decide we want to expand this. Oh, it's been so long since I've drawn track. So there was an update, patch notes. I haven't got to test this yet. Now in early access, to do a 3-point turn, tightest turn possible. Apparently I have to pre-rotate now. In order to do a 3-block turn, again, there's the tightest thing on the rail. There was a very specific trick. You couldn't actually draw it. You had to draw half of the turn and then connect it to the other half of the turn. So these would not connect directly. I saw something in the patch notes somewhere along the way that said that they fixed that. It'll be my first time attempting it. Will this connect? Yes! Oh, that's gonna make things so much easier. Oh man, I mean, I got so good at doing this that I could do it with my eyes closed. But I want to show you what we used to have to do. You to do it from the sky. Show it from the sky. So this is a 3x3, right? It's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. In order to do that, it used to be invalid. You had to do that right there. That was the only way you could do it. But now, I'm so excited. That's it. Make it so much easier to draw rails. Okay, so we're gonna do a loop around, but we're gonna cheat. We're gonna use the same rail. I don't want to have to do a second set of rails, but we can split. Okay. Ba-da-ba. Say that we could use a double helix rail circling the plateau. Probably going down. I have a philosophical problem with the up spiral. I mean, we're already doing suspension of disbelief, but so this has to be 6 wide, right? Because it's a 3 and a 3 to make the turn. 3. Well, at some point it has to be. It's gonna be 1, 2, 3. So I will not do an uphill spiral. I think it's just crazy talk. Downhill spiral, however, all for it. I think it's fun. I love watching the trains loop around, though. I do think it's cool. I can't imagine a train trying to go up a spiral. I guess I've played too many train games in the past. I was a big Railroad Tycoon 2 fan. Single best railroad game ever made. We're gonna make this turn. We do need to have something to connect to. Be smart about this. More smart about this. Okay. This is rail number 1. These are all becoming anchor points. So this is going to be an anchor point for the turn, right? So this can just go straight onto that. I did bad math. That's only 5 wide. Stop it. I can do this without an anchor point on this side, or is it going to turn it weird? Ooh, it works! They really did fix it. Oh, that's great. So that's the minute. So I ran into a problem here a minute ago that I griped about, but I didn't really explain when I was placing those over there, and I'll show you what I was going on about. Oh, okay, that's a little weird. That's not what I was supposed to pick. Great platform. When I was starting a rail, I did like this, and it did this weird thing. And I was like, what is going on here? In early access, when you started a rail, it did not lock its orientation in place. You would place, then when you start to move the cursor, it would rotate it to go the direction of the cursor. Now I have to reorientate it before I click. That's great. That's great. That's a good fix. That's what allowed me to make sure these were like, when I did this one right here, before I would have had to do a straight line so that the end of it was flat before doing the curve, and then I would have done the curve, deleted the straight line, and then done this curve. I didn't have to do that step because I was able to predetermine the orientation of the first piece of it, even though I was curving it instead of going straight. That's new. I just discovered that, and that's awesome. So, way to go, guys. Belt's gonna go through train. I'm not sure that makes any more sense that the train tracks is going up like that, but I can sneak the belts under them. We don't have collisions. Guys right there. All right, so the bottom one is copper. Make that first. I did forget to get... Alright. We're going to do the Mark 1 belt for now. We're literally not even using these yet. Don't let me forget to come back and fix this. Serious. Don't let me forget. When we start getting things established, have to come back and fix it. But right now, we're not actually using these materials. Oh, no. Make things more difficult. Right now, we're not using these materials. We're not at that point yet. We're almost on it. We're gonna be using them very soon. Back, front, in the middle. Okay. Now let's first train. I know we're not connected to the station, but you know we can ride the train to where we're going. Tab. This is bad mod creation or deco. Notice how it's in the line with all the regular stuff. Look, all the other decorative mods, they put themselves at the end of the line so we don't have to go through them. They need that mod create. I mean, they've done great things, but it would be nice if they would come out of the regular list. No pow. Oh. Minor oversight. Come on. Invalid location. There you go. Go. Since we're up here, let's go ahead and get that the reinforced iron plate. By the way, they're there may or may not be a New Year's Eve stream this year. We have past couple of years, I think. We've done a watch the ball drop together stream. I may not be home for once. I don't know. There's a thing I'm probably going to, but I don't know how late it's going to run, and not making promises. On a particular occasion. Wanted to put. We used rubber for something. This is the thing I do around when I walk by for something I need to put in the. What? It's saying there's already rubber in there. We looked at this like 9 times and I didn't see rubber. I still don't see rubber. Right there, right next to plastic. How many? Anyway, I was saying, sometimes I'll drop by somewhere like this, and as long as this, you know, in this slot, the thing can get done loading, and then this will go back to being the belt. Kind of a way I temporarily repurpose one of those things instead of having to drop a bunch of them down. I don't need. Oh, I do need that. What is this? I need this for making trains. Did I run exactly up on? I must have run exactly out on steel pipe when we were making the rail line. No, I would. Not exactly. Okay, I was overdrafting from the depot. It was refilling itself. Okay, well, it was working. Yay! The process works. Okay. Where did I move these go? There. I should upgrade that transfer speed. When I was out scouting for oil production locations in last episode, I managed to pick up a few Mercer spheres so that we can actually pay for some of these upgrades. I missed a comment, Charmy. So you think I should do a mega loop all the way around the map with offshoots to the various stations? Oh, but that's the idea. That's how that works. Why is there something red? Do you see that? It's no longer there. Oh, there it is. Up the line. That looks like the train. Maybe it's because it's not powered? It is powered. Why is it red? That better not be a thing going forward, because I do have trains that don't. There will always be trains that don't have schedules set to them. Part of the big scheme, the thing that the Dimensional Depot could have ruined. But I'm not going to let it. All right, we need. Don't remind me to do that. I'm doing it now. But yeah, there will be a mega rail loop that goes all the way around the map. But they're brakes. Okay, well that was a short-lived your first train. So that's new. We didn't used to be able to go off the end of a track. We would just hit it and stop. Now they do have an end. They've added a new end cap for train stations, but I thought it was just meant to be a visual thing. Didn't expect there was an actual need for it. Don't need to go there. Oh, actually, third one. And over here first to make sure this isn't full. I don't think it is. We're only producing 45 per minute. Tell by the sign it's not full. Oh, got a nice stock though. Three out. 3. 5 out. Just some random number. We'll draw the rails, and wherever the rails are, we'll put the foundations under them. So nice being able to do that. Draw it. Have it be exactly the way it should be first try. Oh, the amount of time I spent doing rails properly in the early access. No idea. Alright, we have a train loop. So we now have access to iron and copper that we're going to need. I mean, I assume we're going to need to actually smelt them. But we can get the raw material here, that's good enough. I don't want to set up manufacturing over there. And, more importantly, we have power here. Doing stuff. Things. Just has a little bit of a power grid going here. Why is the train red? I'm gonna have to find that out. Is it highlighted on the map? Train. Edit the settings on the train? I mean the map settings on the train? Huh. I'll look into that later. Oh, can we not edit remote anymore? We used to be able to edit the... let's check my old mod. Here we go. Let's... edit the train. Could be able to edit the train. Previously, I could edit the train from here. If I can't edit the train, that's going to throw a huge wrench in my future plans. Because this is how I used to call, train, like supply trains to me. This is troubling. Why would we lose that functionality? If we can't, I gotta be missing something. There's no way that we have lost the ability to remotely edit timetable of a train. Now, maybe the train wasn't showing up on that list because it didn't have a valid connection to it, because we didn't have that. But even with the mod... Question mark. Nowhere. Interesting, there's a track ID now. I can do all the stuff related to the station. Now there's, obviously we're not done yet. I need cars, one thing. And I didn't, one of these needs to be set to load and unload. I don't remember what the defaults are. Stay, you're not gonna stay. Alright. If I wanted to ride with it, but I need to do that. Okay, these are set to load. Okay, that means those are set to load by default. Good. Then we're done with the resources. The train is finished. It's not going red at the moment, so that's helpful. And why is that in the water? There's no way I built that in the water. Good grief. Right, let's start setting up production. Bunch of constructors. Trying to go in front of it. That's still red. 6 for now. We have 3 core things we need to build off of these. Ficsmas branches. Copy. Paste. No, don't. We need smelt. We even built an extra. We are first here. I know we're going to need canes and we're going to need canes and cloves as well. Again, we're just trying to get our basics going on. Blue. And these are not created equal. We consume 5 per minute, produce 5 per minute. Blue is consume 5 per minute, produce 10 per minute. So we get more blue for the same amount of packaging. But then ratios swing weirdly when we go back to the copper and the iron ones. Splitter would have helped if I'd lined that. Oh, it wouldn't have mattered. I was keying off of over there. Don't care. As long as this makes that. I don't want to look like they're lined up. You're supposed to draw a line. There you go. I'm going to do another one on here because we'll probably split this line off again. Really just about getting this is really just about getting our ability to start making those trees. Why are you guys not rumbling? Help me connect them. What in the world are you trying to do? Go like this. I'm getting fancy with it. buffer because we need to be able to take from them. Build trees. And we're gonna need a lot more trees for this. So we're consuming 20 per minute. 20 more, so 40 per minute? Like 5 per. So we're only doing. Oh, okay, we're producing 45 per minute, so we're already ahead of the curve. Like I said, we're gonna need a lot more of these, but for now, I just want the ability to make more of them. And what we could do is go to Blueprint Designer and do Ficsmas grids. Let's see here. It's 1 tree to 3 smelters. It's 15 per tree. We could make groupings. We need enough material to make an actual tree. We need branches. Sure. How many branches per tree? 100. Is the last things on the chain being gifts because they are into the manifold. But we can set that up. Target. There we go. Now more of them will get down to the end. Just jump start it. So we'll get enough to make 1 tree. We can make Christmas block, and we can own them. I have cold fries. Sad thing. Not bad. Five more. 5 more. Christmas countdown. Na na na. There's our train. All right. So we get 3. 4 wide. This is smaller than it was in early access. The early access one was 5 wide. But there are upgrades to it in the future, and I think there's actually goes up to 6 wide. Haunted by the gifts over here. We're gonna need, if we're gonna do a smelter block, Need to split. Relatively compact with them. That train is driving me. And we will need to make this compact. Down the half line, can't we? We're gonna need merger. Is that it? Not. Did I put a merger? We'll never stop doing that, making that mistake. Red, because they're producing red. And that should be it. So this will be, oh no, we need to connect them how together. Be somewhere that's not going to interfere with other grid. That'll work. Three smelter. With 3. Ornament. Category. No, the category is empty. I want to add. But that's okay. I don't need to really. There's no need to make a bunch of subcategories. Add here. Then already been there. Rents. This. All right. I changes. Now, purpose this. Blue. Easy peasy. That blue slug, that drives me nuts. So in early access, the common slug was green. It wasn't blue. Anyone who knows me knows that green's my favorite color. But took it out, turned the slug blue. Not personal. We didn't set the location for it anyway. This we can get rid of. Oh. To add here. You move it from the other one, that's not the point. Yeah, I don't want you to do. Go here. Nope. To delete that. This one wasn't right anyway. We hadn't repainted the merger and stuff. Thank you. Now it's gonna let us do one blueprint here. Okay, excellent. And we can do one for like all three of the base constructor ones. Though the costs are different. So like, as we saw the branches require 10 apiece. So if we're going to do a 3 block of that, we need 2 trees. Don't have the materials for. I mean, we probably do over there. So we need another one for here. And requires 15 per minute, so we need. If we're gonna get 5 per minute, we'd need 3 trees. Now this is really simplifying things, right? Because we don't need an equal output necessarily. The recipes down the line don't line up exactly. But for simplicity, we make a block of 3, and then that's, so if we need 15 per minute, then we make a new block. In this case, it'd be 30 per minute. So, so we need 3 trees for that. $45. So 2 trees and then 3 trees. That's 15 per minute, not. All right, so we'll do the Ficsmas bow, and the tree will be the same recipe or the same design. We need. You'll make a second one. You have to go far for that. We need the room for a merger or splitting. No, we don't. I mean, we do for these, we don't for the other ones, because the ones that take 15 apiece, we can literally just dedicate one tree per. So we don't need a split. We don't need merge and split. This is easy. So this is turn. Merger. This way we stay in the same kind of form factor. That is... Wait, move it. It would help if I turned it the right way. So, funny story. This before. When Ficsmas was first added to the game, and this was really early access, way before Pixel. As far as I'm aware, the descriptions of these trees did not stipulate that they produce gifts, and the graphic of it was different. There wasn't this gigantic out portal. There was one, but it was covered by leaves, branches. So, looking at the tree, it wasn't easy to realize that the tree produced gifts. So I thought it was just a decorative. Like, you know, some of the other things. And I got relatively far into the event. Surely off of running around the map looking for stupid presents all over the place. I got way too far into the event doing it all manually. And it wasn't until I got far enough into the event where the math started to show itself. And I'm like, I spend like 10 hours a day running around getting gifts. I'm not going to get anywhere near finishing this next tier. What am I missing? And I think I had a belt on my thing, and when I went past one of these trees, it went beep, like it wanted to connect to it. I'm like, what? And it kind of licked the leaves and found the connector, and I'm like, oh, all this time. I was so excited. And at the same time, I'm very glad. I no longer had to run around looking for this thing. The things you accept, especially in early access, you just kind of don't question. It's like, this is a new thing. Maybe they'll rebalance it later. Right, so these are all gift trees. Okay. And we're producing 30 for 3. On branch. Our train honk. Clear sound. We need, right? Yeah. Saved. All the occupants of the library have been saved. Copy. Paste. Paste. Read with this as well. Different shaped machine. Only have one red, don't slightly different red. Slightly different red. Oh, I forgot to repaint the... That splitter, I think it was still blue. Blows. That blows. Find out the gutter. Right. No, no, I don't want you to change the exit. What? All right, we're gonna give up. That we just made. There we go. Now, I know we said save blueprint. We definitely did because it changed the directory to undefined. So why does it want to change? Do that for the other two. Why is it doing that? Not cooperating. Fix your bugs. It's definitely already there. We go into our build menu, it's already there. Hanzo, load. Yep, I knew I missed it. That's the we had. Oh, wrong. Ah. Everything's going wrong. It doesn't really matter if it's the same as it was on the bottom. We want it to be good. I mean, if I'm going festive, they should be green and red, but I don't. I want the secondary color to be passive. So I want color to define the thing that's being made. Save, yes. Oh, I didn't rename it. That was the reason why it was having so much trouble. Alright, we still need to fix this. Still need to transfer more colors over from the previous run. I have most of the color codes written down on my spreadsheet. It's a matter of my running into it and going, hey, I need this color. Oh, it's not there yet. Ficsmas. Oh. Oh, that worked better. Alright. Now we get rid of all of this. That. That. Could get it closer because now we don't have those things, but this is kind of the form factor, right? We're staying in. I need a material to make one more of these. Fortunately, we're making them. Wow, that is not a lot. It'll pick up. It will absolutely pick up. The point to what we're doing right now. Would be candy cane. Okay, these probably need to have dual color on them because, I mean, the red-white striping. We use red so much, white's gonna be the primary color. Never cared for candy cane. It's like sucking on a breath mint. I could paint the belts, but it didn't in the previous ones. All right, we are. Did get all three of them right? Just being thorough. All right, that's the last of them for this. I'm glad that we decided to go ahead and do this. Let's speed things up a lot. You're the designer. Now we can make distinct blocks of these things. Assuming that we have what 2, 5, 9 trees. I think is the one full set. I think is 9 trees. All right, 1 apiece here. So that's 2. These were 2 apiece. 6. Yeah, and that was 3. So 9. Or the cane was 3. Doesn't matter. So as long as we can make 9 trees, we make 3 there, and we can just delete all of this, and then boop, 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 block a bunch of them up. So 6 plus the 3 we already have made. Give enough gifts on us, that's good. Oh yeah, we definitely have the blue. Red. 100 branches, that's a little bit much. But that's fine, right? Because it means we can make branch thing first. And follow up with the rest of them after. Get those out. Oh, we probably have a, yeah, we have a huge inventory with still. Oh, we're based on our inventory to pick all that up. Water, bunch of stuff in there that we're not going to use. Not Ficsmas related. Oh, yeah, we can get rid of these. Talk about earlier what I used this for. Oh, it snaps on top of the storages. Ah, nice. These are just wasting inventory space. This is what I was talking about. Just, yeah. This would be nice to have the drop from inventory. So I don't have to stop and throw these down. And I can be running around when I have a bunch of them. So that's going to be an upgrade we're definitely going to want to get. Alright. That's good. Nothing here. Base. Dump. Why do I keep getting all these screws in my inventory? I don't know where they're coming from. Oh, it's probably coming from all the wreck sites I've been dismantling. Because we're not making screws anymore. I mean, we are, but we're using all the screws we're making. They're not coming from storage. You to be done. Grab that. Enough space, right? Yeah, we're good. Space, still working. Ifs. Good. These out of the way as well. And more. First. I do this way too often off camera. I'm so lazy about moving things because I like having belts. Love automation so much that I don't even like to drag things between containers. We're fine a moment ago. That can be running while we have the rest of this. Yes, it would have taken less time for me to empty my inventory and just move it myself. I think we're going to need more space. Go multi-floor. Go with... Three high is plenty for constructors. This is going to be a pain to clean up. It's just going to be a pain. Now the blueprints are easy to clean up, so that's the other advantage of what we just did. Another feature they added towards the end of early access, was in early access, is the ability to delete entire blueprints. So the game, when you build something on a blueprint, with a blueprint, the game remembers. It tags all the things as being the group. An invisible tag, but nonetheless, it is an awesome tag. Red's the silver one. Put that one out first. We have enough material for the branches still, so I'm not worried about building this first. I want to put the branches on the bottom. I want the first floor to be the starting materials. Get power up here as well. I'm going to save enough space because I'm going to want to have multiple of these grids. So, like, we'll do red, red. Maybe red, red, red. I don't know how many we're going to do. But, I want to... We already have the merger. We're going to want... Let's assume we're going to do 9. Just because it's easy math with the mergers. You can do like copy, go into construct mode, go to blueprint deconstruct mode, and then do copy. It's such a great job adding this feature. Not what this. We'll come back and add another one in a moment. I just wanted to get this one centralized so that I can this. I know where to put the merger. That storage, be generous and do a large storage. Probably will never fill up even a small one, but maybe, who knows. Right on the line. Just no reason not to use a large one. These are producing 5 each. So 9 of them's 45 per minute. What did I do wrong? Oh, right, no. I don't remember connecting this already. I only did one connection. Am I crazy? Did I just like zombie connect things without even realizing it? I might have to do things mindlessly. I got pulled over once for going through an intersection sharply. It was in the middle of the night, coming home from work, early 20s. It was like 2 in the morning. Completely empty intersection, and the cops saw me go through it. They didn't blow the light. It was a left turn, and I went through it pretty fast, and I cut the turn pretty sharply. And he assumed the wrong excuse. I started naively to explain to him what I was doing. He finished my sentence for me and let me off the hook. He thought I was. I said, "Well, I come to this intersection every day here, you know, after work, same time." And he basically stopped me. And he goes, "Oh, so yeah, you weren't thinking when you're going through it." I was operating on habit. Like, all right, well, just, you know what, careful when you're going through it. That was not the answer I was going to give him. I was going through it fast and hard because I was intentionally losing traction to drift through it, and the car didn't manage to lose traction. My rear wheel is stuck, so I didn't drift through it. I just took a hard turn. Which he probably would not have taken that answer quite as well. Nothing in this right. But relevant. In the sense that I try, like, in my daily life, not to do things so I get confused when I do something. So like drawing that belt, I obviously did. Had to have been there. I had to have been the one to draw it, but... Oh, no, the trees are too tall. I think to check the tree height. Bad man. At least that cleanup is easy. But you know, the point is that my every action in life is just, it's so intentional. When I don't do something intentionally, I'm baffled by how it happened. Because then I don't have a written record in my brain of doing it with the intent to do whatever it was. Saw that on display when I was staring at that belt, utterly confused how it got there. But this time we're gonna build on the bottom floor and test the height before we make that mistake again. In season 1, we didn't do this, right? The trees were their own tree yard. Something I was very proud of. It was a massive tree yard. Because everything was on theme. Seriously, if you didn't see my Ficsmas stuff last year, you should go back and take a look at it. Not last season. A year or two in between. It was a treat. We need branches more than anything. That's kind of bright. Oh, you're a little... You know, there aren't going to be walls. Put over. That wall's a placeholder just to get up higher. Not to worry about clipping into it because it's not going to be there. Let's do that again. Am I hearing something thumping around me? Oh! Hello there. Got my attention. You sure you want it? I don't think you really want my attention. 3 of them. Need something to key off of for the height. Okay, you wanted my attention. You got it. Now you got to deal with the consequences. I warned you not to interfere with my stream. Merry Christmas. Are you guys going to see that? All right. So this is going to work. Not good forward momentum. Carry. I mean, these aren't like strategically placed. I didn't even count how many between they are. Matter of having really accessible poles that aren't already maxed out. There's nothing mathed about this layout at all. It's just arbitrary. Expand in any given direction. Probably will. Guys going. Nope. Facing the right way. Here, thank you. Oh, it's just because the gears on the other side, or the arms are different. Okay, that burns most of the materials that we have to make things, but the thing that is most missing is what this is going to produce. So, he's up and running. Fine. We will need to upgrade the final belt. We're going to be at 90 per minute? Yeah. Because we're going to do, obviously, the other set on the other side of it. Now, Mark 1 covers everything. Blueprints are just the way to go. It's like, click, click, click. Hey, look, we have all this set up. Yes, that easy. I'm not going to dump the gifts into it because we are using gifts for making trees. So I'm not going to inject them. Go upstairs, start the other ones. Bit there. think you're running it. Oh, come on. Look, it's running to the tree below it. That's going to be a problem. Really have to go higher? Oh. At least we don't have to edit the bottom. Okay. Alright. And things you don't see when we don't stream. Dark side of creating these episodes. Stupid things that don't work out. Redo over and over again. I'm kind of surprised that that even is an issue, considering the mods that I have installed that ignore some of the build restrictions. I had to install a mod that disables the collision with terrain warning in order to do roads. Well, to do the belts going through the roads. Because if the road is on uneven terrain, try to sink the belt into the road, it won't let you actually place the belt because it's trying to place it on the terrain. Okay, then you can't do this, and it'll give the red outline like you saw there. I have a mod that disables that. I cannot wait to go to the forums and figure out why my train is glowing red. Mike? Christmas present. No, those. They are different values, but I don't know if the value is attached to color. Alright, I'm going to build another train. That also closed. So why are you glowing and you're not? Custom paint job. Wait. Close enough. I noticed we were running out of copper wire. These should all be full. Oh, not yet. Oh, stop glowing red when I cursored over it? What was that about? I wanted to get the white present. I forgot to. If I go too far away, it'll despawn. don't think we actually need the copper wire. We need to investigate the train. Use. Okay, so we were using it making the locomotive. I had the lyrics of White Wedding going through my head with Pick Up the White Present. Really idle. Didn't put enough of the lyrics together in time to sing it when I picked it up, though. Oh, it even connects to the ladder on it. Oh, that's cool. Totally did not know that. Alright, are you gonna let me do this now? 2.5 hours to get to this point. Yay, no red. I mean, it's gonna be Ficsmas red, but red outlines. Alright, we are out of gift branches. Fine, have some starting to pile up. Ooh, 400, nice. Alright, yeah. We could run out of other things, but it doesn't look like. Got plenty of gifts, plenty of all the red and the blue ornaments. Yeah, we got enough to get everything up and running. Oh, we are using wire. Okay. Are they aligned? Yes. Okay. So let's go get. We'll get the wire this time. Started with red because red was the slower production way. So this can start going. We're going. Not that we're going far. I didn't set up the power on the floor. It rebuilt the floor enough times I forgot a step. Life. How are we doing on power? Production 3600, consumption 26. Well, max consumption is 36. Oh goodness, we have reached max capacity. Possibly. Everything turned on. What's not turned on? I guess the oil refinery annex isn't running right now because that's all backed up. And refineries are power hogs. That's probably a fair chunk of what's not running. Most things, nearly everything is running into a sink somewhere. Why are you red again? Talked about this. I'm definitely gonna check the forums and try to figure out what's going on with that. The train. Try to take me with it. A very dangerous gondola ride. Ah! The next thing I want to do, I want to get this, right, the basics up and running. That was the primary goal here. We knew it was going to take a little bit of time because we needed to get those basic resources up and running to be able to get the trees. But we'll probably run into a point where we're waiting on those materials. At that point, I want to start designing a bridge. Why is this low? On here. Okay, it is filling back up. All right, very slowly. I set some aside for next episode, but I didn't. I mean, the amount of time we've spent doing things, I expected it to be full again. Out of in our inventory. 18 in the... Let's take all of it out of there. That way we can put a full stack. They won't get backed up. And we don't need those pipes. Oh, awesome. Junk pile. Alright. Anything else while we're here? The danger of this thing is that I don't know when I run out of something now. We're good over it. For now, I think on everything. Oh. Modular frames I was just talking about. Those were something. Have any... Ooh. None of those two. Alright, so let's get a stack plus 40. Have a thingy thing back at site where we can just dump the 40 in to reload it. Get two more so I don't have to... There you go. They're coming together in twos. Didn't realize that. That's fine, whatever. I'm sure we're using them. Oh, missed. I run out of juice. Oh. The last time we fell off of this at some point, I wasn't really where the breakdown was. I think I was on the other wire. Right there. Oh, okay. I think that we failed to make that switch over. And then that, I'm clipping the ledge, pops me off of it, but then it pops right back onto it. I got some good momentum. Look at this. A haze. All right, we need branches. I know I didn't copy the merger and therefore it doesn't have it. Right. There it is. '90s, we can upgrade that. Have I mentioned just how much I love blueprints? Alright, we've got all 3 of these. I don't want to make a floor per team. We're going to run out of space real fast. I mean, real fast. Don't snap together well. Much easier just to hit the nudge. What? Why are you, what did I do wrong? Turned the wrong way. Like, I couldn't have selected the wrong thing because I copied off of an existing merger. This is going to produce 90. Wait, back up. Hey, get back up. Okay. No production loss. So we can clear this thing here. Because it's counting if we were doing these individually. Let's do three's the most that we'll end up needing. That's for candy canes. It looks like we've already eaten through the gifts in our inventory. Trying to pull from storage. We probably should have a tree or two making just gifts for us to use off to the side. Wouldn't hurt to have more than this, but for now, that's what we're with. Something running in the background. All right, so we get the three things that we need. The tree manufacturing things we've got automated now. All right, we got the blue, the red, and the branches. Those are and the presents. Those are the four things that we need to make a gift tree. That makes us independent of everything else. So let's see what we need for our next upgrade. Probably the other two things that we're not making. M-I-M. That. Oh, what we need. That'll give us our copper and our iron, which is what we are bringing everything in for. Again, we're going to need to set up smelting for them. Didn't want to do it before the trains, space wise. Like I want to keep everything that's related to our temporary Ficsmas stuff in the temporary Ficsmas area. It's going to be easier to clean up everything later. So like that space over there, maybe I can just leave it open for just smelters. And then move them on to wherever we need them. Red. That was all I needed. And we'll need to make new blueprints because they're going to take assemblers. Might help if we had this thing. Fortunately, very accessible. And All right. I'm sure that we probably have access to everything that's necessary to unlock now that Christmas has happened. We have to go back to the tree, the advent calendar, but we're nowhere near this. I mean, look, it requires the bundle. That's a number of steps away. Over here, yeah. We need iron. We need copper. Wait a minute. Oh, we just unlocked the iron and copper. Good. Oh. Ignore me. Ignore me. Well, it's not on the build menu. It's not going to be on the build menu. Not here? Oh, I bet it's on the foundry. They are. So 10 red per minute and 10 copper ingots. So the copper ingots are easy to get 10 of. We're doing 30 red per minute, I think. We run 3 of these. And you see, this is where I was saying that the recipes swing back. We're producing like twice as many blue per minute. And he uses 50% more. So it's not an even swap. But it's going to consume 50% more than red does. But yeah, we need to set up ingot production. And I mean, we're starting going to be like 30 per minute. So obviously we're bringing in 240 ingots per ore per minute. It's easy. It's 1 for 1 on the production. We have a bajillion more iron coming in than we could even possibly need. But it will require more iron. Let's set up blueprints. Just ready for it. Gonna need gifts. We don't need those things. Do need our smelters or merger or foundries. We need full input. So splitter. We're going to keep this compact. How close can it merge or the foundry and still be able to have it go down into it? Well, let's not do that. It's still gonna be the because they don't have to turn sideways, so it does buy us space. That's centered. Can we make that? Start connecting all these. Let's make sure we can actually fit all these on here. Not at our current placement. Shuffle. Now the question is, do we really want to do 3 of these at a time? With the, I mean, we're producing enough to do both. Do 3 of each. Need up all of our red, but we can always throw down just another red pairing, right? That's the whole point of the blueprint. So let's do a trio. Okay, we already marked his red. Okay. Another change that they made since early access is when stacking splitters and mergers, it used to alternate back and forth. So this one's facing forward. That one is still facing forward. Before it would have flipped and been facing the opposite direction. They went boop, 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 and they changed that to where it's always facing the same direction, which is great because most of the time I'm stacking splitters is because I'm going to delete the splitter under it, and I want them facing that direction of the original one. So for me, that has worked out. We have a small problem here. These are going to be direction. Right, we're not going to feed them all in from behind. They're going to have to pass through, which means I need to rotate them. And I need to know where the first one's going to come in at. Maybe I leave it in the center and I turn these outward. The middle one we'll leave alone. Already, immediately forget to rotate it. Normally I'd have it coming in from one side or the other, but we don't know where this is going to be in relation to the source, so we'll just have one come in from the back, and if we need to do multiples, we can do like one splitter in the middle and manifold it out. So I'm not sure it's a manifold at that point. Load balancer. Kind of pointless. Bottom. Consistent. These are our copper. Copper in here we do. Their color iron. Swap them. Still, I guess. I can bother coloring these in relation to the thing that's coming into it because I don't know what's gonna. I don't know what I'm gonna plug into each one of them. I know line. Oh, it's because they're offset. Smelters are weird. Their output port is not, which is a giant pain in the butt because when you have boundaries facing each other, they don't merge their outputs. Frustrating. Okay, power. All we need. No. Yeah, they created a Mark II by default. Mod does. Happy. Ba-da-ba. Ficsmas. These are copper. Not the exact wording I'm using. That's okay. No one's going to read it anyway. Not even me. Icon is there for. Over to iron. Swap the colors. I have these set up. The reason I have them set to matte is because I've been in the process of changing all of the yards in the neighborhood. Because I established right at the beginning that all the grass was a placeholder until we could get to the coded foundations, which we have access to. So I've been slowly converting all of them. It's a real pain. Because you got to convert every one of them, and then you have to go back and repaint all of them. We're down to one cable. And that should be it for iron. Now, I don't know for sure that we're going to complete Ficsmas in time for the end of the event. But that's not a big deal because it's easy to run a mod that ends the event. Like, I'm not going to kill myself trying to get this done. Just because my factory wasn't ready, you know, the season. We weren't far enough in the game. And I think we now have all the technologies we need to complete it. down to manufacturers, I think. But we don't have the infrastructure for this. And we just have other projects we're working on. Taking precedent. I like doing this kind of a side thing. Which is why this is good for the stream. Bunch this on the stream. Side project from the main game. Alright. We're good here. I don't think I have any blueprints for I don't have her in, I haven't really gotten into making blueprints for the season yet. Down for the coal gen. But I don't have ones for like making smelter blocks that we're gonna need for the iron and copper. What are we doing? Come on. Could add another one, but I think we're okay. I think that at this point, if we're gonna need to add anything, it's gonna be blue and red. Makes me consider making another floor. Like leave this the blue and red floor. So we can do another set of blue and reds opposite facing. And we can run these up to the copper and iron. Well, the copper and iron floor is going to take up more space because assemblers. But we don't necessarily need as many pairings. Not want this to become such a large thing. This is what makes the most sense. And while it will be kind of a pain to tear down, it'll be less of a pain now that we've made all those blueprints. Because blueprints, we can disassemble an entire blueprint in one click. But you know, and you don't have to, getting the machines is always the easy part. But then you have to get all the little belts, mergers, splitters, and all that stuff. But they're all one big thing, and get rid of run out of materials. Oh, I'm running out of both. Wow. And both of them are feeding automatically to the potential depot. Be a little conservative. We don't need all the way out here yet. We're going to need some of the materials to actually build blueprint. We can move forward by one so that we can bring the iron and copper around. It'd make maybe more sense to put them over there where the stuff's being produced, but uniformity. That'll be the iron. Yeah, we are out of iron plate. So, smelters. These will be the copper smelters. Copper's in front. spitting up 30 copper per minute. That's like one smelter. It is. You know, it's we can do a second one. Actually, we probably should move them a little further away from the station. Splitter on this inner one because we'll eventually expand. Yeah, I just have no idea how long this location is going to remain relevant. Eventually, we've got to move on. More space, something more permanent. Because you know, like when we did Santa's Workshop in season 1, it was a permanent thing. Even though we were done with the event, it became a map feature. And so I don't just want to finish the event. I want to build something around the event that's a monument of what we did. And eventually we'll be able to make fireworks from it. Thing as well. The fireworks are actually pretty cool. They're a pain to use because they treat them like nobelisks. And so you basically have to load one at a time and throw it somewhere. It's really not a good system. But it's a thing. Just knowing what the spacing would be like. That's going to be plenty for the copper. Iron. If I copy the correct smelter. Did. Drawing line. Up. Powered? Alright. We need way up. I don't think I want to run it before. Then it's interfering with space. Let's head. I need a better way up here. right on the edge. Nope. Isn't it? Takes long. Allow us to snake them around behind. Come on. I'm already out of materials again. Mark 3 for now. Hey, come back, I could use a ride. So these are only going to produce 30 per, well, it's 90 per minute, which is why I need the Mark 2. Same should be here, yes. Yes. No, we don't need this much. Got. Convenient. Although, copper probably should be a turquoise color, right? Because the raw ore is a bluish tint. Da da da. Here. Copper is first set, so he needs to go. We did copper first, we can switch them to iron. If they're going out together around. Oh, I could take copper around the other. Oh, okay, that's well, because if we're going to turn and do them facing. Okay, so we'll make this one go around the other way. It'll go counterclockwise. Come back with this. You're right. I can't believe we went through all of our reinforced iron plate already. Pack out! No! I should have stopped going forward because you couldn't tell from that perspective, and I wasn't thinking about it. That as I was going up, so was the belt. I was never, or the cable. I was never going to catch it. I wasn't ascending as fast as the cable was. There was no perspective of it because we weren't looking at the horizon. If I'd stopped moving forward, I could have caught up with it. I don't know if this side's safe. We used the other cube last time. Oh, I forgot. I was going to set up manufacturing of iron plate while I was before I left. We're set up for the iron ingots. We do have iron plate going into the hopper or the potential depot. Just, you know, it's only at 15 per minute. Alright, how does our inventory look? Concrete taking its so sweet time. Which, I mean, is to be expected. It's 15 per minute. We went through several stacks we had in our inventory. And since I'm taking from the depot last, because most of these things aren't on auto refill, I don't want to take from depot first. Oh, we topped off our plastic. We didn't. Yes, the reinforced iron plates coming up. Iron plates, what I wanted to look for. Towards the bottom, because it's one of the last things we added. That's good. What does it take? Upgrade this. I know we can do it. I don't know if we have on. Upload speed. Hard to get to. It might be worth going ahead and investing it. Take a small detour here. All our stuff replenishes. Take a little run through the neighborhood. Yeah, this is the old grass. I haven't gotten to this part of the neighborhood yet. I'll show you the new grass. This is the new grass. This is why I had it set to matte, because I wanted to reduce the shininess of it. But it, you know, from a we don't have all the grading and stuff around it, so it looks more like a yard. I would like for it to be less shiny. I played a lot with the colors, trying to get something darker, but not, you know, but it still looks like grass. I still might tweak it. Definitely take feedback on it, whether or not people like it or not. Like, I like this. This is good. From the color wise, right? This is no shine to it. Good rich green. But I don't like all the textures. I'd even be fine with the texture of bumps if we could get rid of the grating around it. But this, from a texture standpoint, is better. It's meant to just be an even, unremarkable plane representing grass. Mechanically representing grass. Remember, all this is representation. Is the reason why we got stuff running down the road. Passed up the road that we needed. We needed to take a right turn. Our sushi belt. Go to the richest house on the block. And when I envisioned this, I didn't think I was going to have this much belting on the roads. It was originally envisioned as being very sparse and everything being Mark 1. But it evolved. I'm happy with it. I especially like Willie's wiring that now has both wiring types. Oh, that's backed up. I don't have cables on the overflow. We need production. Constructor? Purple? Come on, the whole place is running with power. Oh, it wasn't. It was Embler. What do we have to combine with it? Okay, where is it? It was a manufacturer. Oh, that's right. That's why we couldn't get the depot until we did the manufacturer unlock a couple of episodes or so ago. We did all the early stuff. Then we couldn't get the depot itself unlocked. Don't need much. Probably left the other MAM sitting over there. I have MAM playing all around the map. $18? $18? We're in here. We also have Power Shard. I told you I dump all my miscellaneous into there. So while that's running, I'm gonna, yeah, it's good. Okay, so yeah, so it's 90 per minute, but we need to refill it. We're gonna need anything else. I mean, I really want this. We're not making computers yet. You can. Not. The expansion is going to be nice, but I think it's going to be secondary, right? Because it's going to come down to... we keep running out of depot space because we don't realize we're pulling from the depot. And because of an option that I have set, you don't see it. There is a really cool feature they added, I don't know when, not in early access. You see right here, it doesn't show the cost to build. That has always drove me nuts. In fact, I had a mod before that hid this because I don't like that. It with all that stuff in the way, harder to align things. So I would habitually I would get this out and I would hide the HUD, and this is how I would build everything. But I always had to hide the HUD manually. Eventually, I found a mod that allowed me to move the HUD. I moved it all down and aside. It was kind of problematic, but it kind of solved the problem. So there is now an option in the game, in the base game, not a mod, that allows you to hide the cost unless you don't have enough to build it. So if we didn't have enough of one of the things, it would show the cost line, which is why you see it pop up every once in a while. If that were always turned on, then I would see when we're pulling from the depot because it turns purple. But since it's pulling from the depot without warning me, I just end up running the depot out. Which is why I'm saying that having twice as much space in the depot wouldn't solve that problem, because I'd still not know I'm emptying the depot and it would just run out. Why it's better for me to get the upload speed faster, so the things that were auto uploading are better at keeping up with our spending. Things that we're not auto uploading, we're going to run out of, whether or not we have double or not. We're still just going to run out of it because we don't realize that we're using it. So that's That's that. That's why I'm not focusing on that upgrade. I would like to have it. Not a bad upgrade. Not gonna help us nearly as much as a quicker upload speed. And since they take Mercer series to do the uploads, then can't just bully our way through it. Alright, upload speed plus 50%. Yay! That makes sense. Upload, upgrade, 30 per minute. Anyone see the problem with this? Right now it's 15 per minute. 50% upgrade is 7.5 per minute. Going up to 30 is 100% upgrade. Not complaining. But it's wrong. This is incorrect. Oh, we're gonna need more of these things. Building these. Glad I did that. If it really does go to 30 per minute, then this is incorrect. Maybe they mean it's gonna take 50% of the time it took before. I mean, this is clearly the wrong wording. But it does have it. So it does take 50% as long. I'm guessing that was the logic they went behind. That's going to take all of our Mercer. There's no way we're doing that. Not yet. Now that we realize that it's using these to build them. Or these. Go back. Running across the rooftops. It's like Batman. I love their little second story patio. Always, this is what makes me feel like this is the most affluent house. I mean, it is the largest house. But it's something about the luxury second story patio that sells it for me. Like, we have 2-story houses. They don't have, the sun deck. This is a view of the neighborhood I don't normally show you guys. We'll let that run back at where we're at, so we can do stuff. We don't need to sit here and wait for it. Let's grab... I've already forgotten the components. It was a steel pipe and copper wire. Copper wire. I think. And really care too much about this because it's filling up and auto replenishing. Speaking of which, are we looking concrete capped out again? Now we've doubled upload the speed, so that's going to make things a lot better. Iron plate is capped out again. I don't know. Yeah, we're not going to go run to get our inventory. Let's just actually pop off our stack. That way it can be filling up. I will go get some concrete though. Just right here. Not exactly out of the way. It's literally on our way. I don't think we'll need it. Not going forward because it's going up. Whew. I was trying to be facing the right direction, but not flying that direction because the cable was ascending. The lesson we learned trying on the other side. Probably considering replacing that locomotive. See if it replacement still glows red. It stops glowing red when I cursor over it. Can you mantle one of these and put a new locomotive on the front? I can do it here. I'm going to do it because I want to color without having to change up my colors. Oh, what? It didn't copy the colors. Lame. It did keep the timetable though. That's gonna be. Now are you gonna glow red? I feel like I have a wall hat. I spent years in the Team Fortress 2 community catching wall hackers. Reviewing user submitted. There was you could record games in the Steam engine, Source engine, and it was data files, so it wasn't just like recording in an OBS. Wait, I want to paint you. And so you could review what the game sees or saw, where everyone was at, and it was a good way of catching wall hackers. Because you, as a person reviewing the game, you can embody yourself in any given player, and then turn on transparency in walls and see the outlines of other players, and you can see if their cursor was locked onto another player all the time, or if they were tracking them through walls. Like, yeah, you're a dirty, filthy cheater. And ban them from the server. 3:20 a.m. there. Heading bed, Charmer. Well, have a good night. We need to work on those roads soon. Maybe tomorrow. Let me think about it. We might, you know, if you want, maybe we stream some roadcraft. How are you tomorrow for availability? Yeah, family stuff. Okay. Yeah. No. I mean, I haven't posted anything related to a stream anyway. So, having thoughts out there. Yeah, if you're gonna be busy, I'll probably do some more 2-point museum. I really want to get back to the Space Museum. There's a lot of stuff I want to do with that museum. There's a lot of stuff we've unlocked. And so enjoying that game. So yeah, if you're gonna be busy tomorrow, I'll probably do that, and then we can just off camera road crafting. We got a lot, you know, we've got a lot to do. There's no pushing, no rushing. But have a good night. Always glad when you can join us. I'll catch you on the community Discord. Hint everybody, community Discord. And a Patreon. I only mentioned that because I was talking to Charmer the other day, and he didn't even realize we had a Patreon. Because I don't ever bring it up. That's mostly it's because I don't want to harass people. But we do have a Patreon. And I believe this starving artist would love if anyone feels that the channel is worth a little bit of support. Absolutely. You could absolutely use it. But enough about that. Alright, I meant to delete that before we start running them, but it's okay. Burn. Here. Bad boys up and running. Of course, we still need to get the red and blues up here. But you can see they're not backed up. We're definitely going to end up needing more of them. But this is a good start. You know, it's getting the blueprints established was a major step. So easy to expand on this. It's just space at this point. Front row. I left room on that side, but not on this side. I didn't expect to come around this way. Bill, let's make it a compromise. We'll only leave the overhangs for the places where the belt lands. And that's mostly because in case I need a jetpack up on the side, an overhang makes it harder to go out and around than just go straight up. We end up wanting more space, we can always... What? You could make it to here, but not to there. Yeah, Charmer. I mean, do your holiday stuff, and you know, when you're back into gaming form, be it tomorrow or Saturday or whenever. Find some time, and we'll get back to repairing some roads and flying in outer space and doing all that good stuff. And of course, to everyone else, because we do play Jump Space, we have played it on camera. We'll play it again on camera, but we do play it off camera as well, as part of the community. So, if you are a Jump Space player or interested in playing Jump Space, don't want to play it alone, again, we need Discord. Have a voice chat dedicated to Jump Space. You can always start your own sessions, or you can join us. Sometimes on camera, sometimes not. What we're doing. Feel like. Good luck with Ficsmas. Yeah. Thanks. Hey, you have a good night. Alright, so these are the iron ones. All of that drama because I thought copper was first. Alright. Alright. They're blueprints. Need a swap. Now I have the material to do this. Fill in the holes. Little frame loss there, kind of nearly threw us off the edge. Quick mode. That up. Print. Copper. Never catch me, copper. Oh, we need to get power up here. Oh. Stop it. I keep stepping back to catch it, and then it keeps shoving me forward. Alright. I know we're doing copper through the, or cables through the floor. Again, temporary. Okay, let's get reds and blues coming up. That's... Ooh. About this. Maybe we want a splitter. On the edge. Because again, we're almost certainly going to have another set of these at some point. These are using only 30 per minute. That's the right height. It is. Excellent. Want it right about there on the line of the grate. Right there. We're gonna be just shy, aren't we? Oh, just shy. All right, so red is going up top now. I need a better way to get up here. Need a collection from output, and we need to plug in power. I just saw a red or a purple line on that build, so I'm out of something in my inventory. What was it? Oh. Belt. It showed me that it was pulling something from the inventory, and I just totally did not know what it was. Alright, we'll find out the hard way. Something stops being buildable. Alright, now we can do iron over here. Particle. Go all the way to the edge. I don't see us expanding further along this way because we're running into the train station. Although we could go over it. Go over it. We're probably gonna facing each other. So let's just go ahead and put this next to it. And over. Come closer to each other than I probably should, considering that they are not using the same materials. Ah, well, see, look, all kinds of stuff are running out. Modular frames. Definitely don't have those on feed. But that's the last of these that we need for the moment. We can get this going. If I came down here, I should. All the way to almost there. Good as any. And And out of material. Oh, that's so fast. Maybe I should consider putting reinforced iron plate on auto feed. Alright, we can mark 1 it. We're not using more than 60 per minute anyway. We're producing more than 60 per minute. We're not using more. The autosave. We're using 45 per minute here. I love these ceiling hooks. That's the other thing we didn't have in early access. I mean, we did in early access. We didn't have it early in access. There was a time where couldn't attach bears to this thing. Fine thing. Alright. That is everything? Storage container and a merger and Bob's your uncle? Don't need a merger. And I recognize that, like, I should be plugging power in first. These things could be going. They've got, you know, belt storage and internal storage, and we don't have to get the storage first. This is a procedural thing. Get everything built, turn on. It's just stubbornness, honestly. Though I know that it's not necessarily more efficient. Also helps if you connect everything. Alright, we said 45 per minute, that's 60 per minute on the belt, so we are at full processing. What else do we need other than the... I think we need a advent calendar. I think it's just the advent calendar thing and the iron and... Oh, no, we need the multis. Oh, goodness. We need this. I think the multis, all 4 of them, obviously, by the picture. Those are going to be manufacturers. You see how this can start taking up a lot of space. But you know what? This was supposed to be a short stream. We're already at 4 hours. We've established all the groundwork that we need. We got red and blues, we got iron and copper. We have the ability to make trees now. Set up a space within which we can work. We even got a rail that goes like 30 feet. Good. It would have been easier to run belts. Look how close this is. I was just... I didn't realize it was this close. I was like, you know what, we'll just run from there to here. And, until I just standing there right now, I didn't realize just how close. It's barely longer than the belts that are going to the rail line. Yeah, kind of silly. I love trains. I was so excited to get trains. Oh, that's not glowing red. Away from it. But our first one just bugged somehow. Now I'm kind of sad that we didn't keep it. Like we have Adam and Eve as our first manufacture, or first just first buildings. Period. First machines. And everything comes from them. I kind of feel like if I'd known that was a special train, I could have drove it somewhere and parked it in a museum. And then probably had that stupid red outline across the, forever across the map. But this one's not, this one's not glowing red. So whatever was bugged about that first one is resolved, I guess. So overall, I'm glad, because that was driving me crazy. And now, as far as power goes, I think I need to look over the factory and figure out where, because we have 1,000 max consumption that's not active right now, and I don't know where that's accounted from. I mean, I know our refineries shut off because it's backed up. That's only 5 refineries. They're demanding, but not 1,000. And the copper sheeting and cables are not running. They're backed up. They don't auto feed, but those are just constructors. My concern is that I have something not on a sync that I meant to have on it. Because I always want our max consumption and actual consumption to be as close to each other as possible. As reasonable. It's never going to matter. There are constructors on the grid that convert leaves and wood into biofuel, and they're going to sit idle as long as we're not over our consumption, our production rate. But those should never be turned on. Those are always going to count against the potential max consumption. But again, that's like 30 megawatts, maybe total. So that's something I'll look around on. But I think we're gonna wrap it here. We're just over the 4-hour mark. I think it's a good time to call it. It's Christmas. Is it still Christmas? It is still Christmas here. But everyone came out. Thank you for hanging out a little bit here on Christmas. Probably won't be a Satisfactory episode this Wednesday, just because of the amount of work that I need to get done to get the episode ready. It's just much. But probably maybe a stream tomorrow on our usual Friday night stream. We'll check. We'll keep in touch. We'll keep in touch and we'll try to keep active. We got a lot we want to do, and it's a matter of time and getting them done. So just keep, if you're not subscribed, that's the way you know, right? Subscribe, it tells you when I do stuff. You don't really ask for subscriptions most of the time, although we would love to get to 1,000 subscriber mark. And community Discord is mainly what I harp on. And leaving a like on the way out, because that tells YouTube that someone liked it and maybe they should show it to somebody else. But thank you so much for coming out, especially on Christmas. If you're watching the playback, post-Christmas, greetings. Don't know if we'll do a New Year's thing, because I do have plans, and I don't know when I'll be home. That'd be a New Year's Eve tune. But we'll play everything by ear. But we're calling it a night. So thank you again so much, and have a great night or a great day if you're watching the VOD. And I will see you soon. If you enjoyed this, you may want to check out one of these other videos. And thank you very much for your time.